go. That wonderful microphone is back on, and glad to have you all on board today. Welcome. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And a good day or evening or morning to all of you wonderful people. It is, January 23rd of 2023 today. And good to have you all on board, and thank you for the welcomes. And you hear me, that is excellent. And thank you from Kevin and Sue saying I hear you, and Hermione and Fluffy and Puggy. Oh, you mean Puggy's still out there somewhere? Yeah. Anyway, thank you everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board today. It is, it's actually kind of it's warm here, but, oh, hey, it's Florida 360. Good to see you. It's a kind of, it's warmer. It's like 3 degrees Celsius. But is windy as the dickens, and very cloudy right now. They did say we're supposed to get some more of those white little flakes coming down. We'll see what happens with that in a little while, but I'm hoping that we don't get too much of that. Anyway, glad to have you all here, and we will get on with the show pretty quick. First off, the first animal in today was a Pepper, and Pepper gets the cookies and the bones, and that's all right. Let's see if we can get those bones up there as well. And there we go. I'll give a mix, and that'll be good. So there we go. That'll get some bones for Tom and some cookies for Pepper, and that'll keep them happy, munching all night. And excellent. Anyway, glad to have you all on board. We'll get into saying hi to everyone. And okay, Tom shares with all. Oh, awesome. You're a nice guy, Tom. And of course, we'll start out by saying hi to Tom. And then, of course, we want to say hi to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and possibly Gary, 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow. And, they're all hiding, but, Piggy is there. I see her, and she's a nice person, and glad she's in the chat. Anyway, let's get at saying hello to everyone else, and we'll start out with Sue Hayes, and we've got Phil, and John, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and of course we got Tom already, and we got Phil, we got Wonky Donkey, and welcome, and going up, Irish Monk is in here. Big Murph says, like the channel or lose your garden. Yeah. And of course, Florida 360 or full circle of Florida is here as well. And going up a little bit more, Henry Nelson back. Welcome, Henry. And let's see, who else we got? We got John. Kevin Haynes is here. Good to have you on board. And still scrolling up here now, and looking for more of those wonderful names. We got Sue already, Kevin, Phil, okay, Irish, there we go. Lots of chatting. Mona Alfano, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And we'll keep on scrolling up, looking for more. And who else do we see next? Let's see. Echo. The bot. Echo the bot is here, of course. Welcome, Echo. And glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else? Still scrolling up, looking for more. Juliana. Juliana, where did you go? We were asking you where you actually live. Which country are you in? but I missed that, so maybe we'll see if you remember to say it. I think it was Brazil, but I'm not 100% sure. And let's see, who else we got? Still scrolling up, looking for more of those wonderful names that I may have missed. And let's see, we got Sue, yep. And by the way, thank you, Irish Monk, for gifting that 5-pack of gifts. For those people who have not received a gift or like don't have your gift settings turned on, what you do is you scroll up, click on that gift banner, and then there should be a little box that's that allows you to accept gift, and you turn that on, and that will allow you to get that. And let's see, we see Phil, and Phil, of course, was one of the ones that got one of those gifts, which is really awesome. And we'll go up a little bit more and see who else we may have had in here or have in here. And still scrolling, seeing who we got. Let's see, going. And let's see. Yeah, I was a little late in turning the music on. Of course, just so you guys know, I turn the music off when I do time lapses, and then I sometimes forget to turn it back on as I'm going setting things up. And hopefully you understand that it's not intentional. Anyway, I'm all the way to the top. I don't see any other names, but hopefully we'll see a few more people popping in here. And it is Monday. Monday is typically a little bit easier going and a few less people, but that is all right. We don't mind that. Anyway, let's get talking about volcanoes. So, of course, some of you have already watched. Last night I uploaded a very big shot that came out of Fuego, and that was quite a nasty one there. And I thought it was kind of nice to be able to see that. So it was a real-time shot, no time lapse or anything like that for that one. And it seemed to go over quite well. Lots of people watched it, over 350 views already on that video, so that was excellent. And also earlier today I uploaded a time lapse that was about 7 minutes and 35 seconds long. But it was about 8 hours, just a little over 8 hours worth of Kilauea stuff, and from Kilauea's overflows from yesterday. So, yeah, Fuego is getting attitude. It really did. That was quite a blast that it threw up there. But anyway, that we will watch both of those videos here in the show today, of course, and I'll use the one for Kilauea during one of the breaks, because it's, like I say, about 7 minutes long, and that will be perfect for a break, and it has some music with it, so stuff you haven't heard before on here, and that'll be good as well. And you'll be able to see some of those overflows and outpourings of that lovely lava. And Duchess of Elements has entered the building. Aloha! Glad to have you on board, Duchess. And let's see, what else we got? Not too many big shakers. Piggy had a shaker. A little earthquake, a 3.3, about 20 kilometers to the southeast of her. And she said she definitely felt it. And I looked at the map right away and calculated things out. And yep, it was a 3.3, about 20 kilometers away. So in the water to the southeast. So Piggy definitely got that. And remember what I said to you yesterday, Piggy? You had that quake up in the top end of the Arabian plate. and that you were going to get another quake, and there it is. You know, I don't mean to say I told you so, but I told you so. Oh, nice stuff. And the reason I'm kind of in a good mood today is, of course, this morning I started my yeah, no more, please. Hey, Piggy, it's beyond my control. I can only forewarn you of what is to come. I cannot turn around and make sure that they don't get you, okay? I can only warn you. That's all I can do. I'm not the one controlling those plates. I did want to mention, though, yeah, hang on, I lost my train of thought. There we go. Never mind. It happens. It's like that squirrel. You know, when the squirrel is around, I totally forget everything. And it happens. Oh, let's see. What else we got going on? Yeah, we had another quake in the Malta area. So I'm assuming that we are... I was talking about my jobs. Yeah. The job stuff, my job search, poured on the coals today, this morning, and then I was phoning around trying to get some information and stuff like this, and there was a newer company I hadn't heard of before, and I figured I'd give them a call and just kind of ask some questions. And so I have a job interview tomorrow at 11 a.m. With them. So that is a good sign. It's reasonable pay. From what they were advertising, it's not quite as many hours. It will be somewhere between 35 and 40 hours a week, which actually suits me really fine. And that is probably more like what I want anyway. And, 35 to 40 hours, that will allow me to have a little bit more time to relax, and a little more time to do my show and stuff like this. And of course, the hours are a little earlier, so I would be getting home somewhere around that 3:30 or 4 o'clock mark. And of course, with the stream starting at 5, it would be very, very cool. And thank you, everyone, for wishing me good luck, and that, it's not in the bag yet, but we'll certainly give it a whirl and see what we can do. And I think it's... yeah, Tom, that's exactly it. Lets you have a life, and I'm hoping that things turn out well tomorrow in the interview. So it sounds a little bit more down exactly what I need as far as a decent job. So of course, it's not. It would be a kind of the same money as that I was making hourly over at the other places, but at least the hours aren't going to kill me like it did with Irish Monk. That is very kind of you, Irish Monk, and thank you kindly for that. A wonderful 50 euro super chat, and that is for your an interview shirt, and we'll definitely have to take you up on that and see what we can do there. And thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. That is awesome. I appreciate that wonderful support. And so for me, that's pretty darn good news, right? And it's positive stuff to go forward with. And like I always say, keep things positive and move forward in life. Even if you get a bunch of lemons one day, make lemonade and enjoy it. And Piggy throws in a £2 super chat as well. Thank you, Peggy. And that is very kind of you. and appreciate that wonderful £2 super chat. Thank you. And yeah, hopefully things will turn out there and we'll make it all happen. So we'll find out tomorrow. So if I'm doing the Irish jig tomorrow at the beginning of the show, you'll definitely know what to expect. Don't forget to iron your white shirt, white t-shirt. Tom, I guarantee you I won't be wearing a white t-shirt, all right? That's not quite the interview material I need, but we'll definitely consider that and do that. Dr. Fox, never retire, be 198 and working. You know what? I probably will end up doing that. I'll probably be doing this show in another, what is it, that'd be 800, 900 and some years. Well, I'm already 236, so I mean, you got a few years on me there, Irish, but I am kind of an old grump. But I'm going to leave my grumpy side at home tomorrow. I'm going to go and do my things. Dr. Fox, when you're all dolled up, we need... No, Piggy. No. It don't work that way. I'm too private for that, and I'll leave it at that. But nice thought, though. Nice thought. Sulks. It's all good. Anyway, let's get on with volcano stuff, and we'll talk about that. Make sure you comb both your hairs. And well, hey, I gotta make sure the mustache is combed properly and a little trim in the morning, and we'll keep that all neat and tidy, and just to make sure I don't have stragglers sticking out, and those ones up on the top on my bald spot, my solar panel. I'll make sure I remove those tonight, so they look smooth and clean for proper solar panel absorption, and that'll be awesome, and we'll make sure it's nice and shiny up there. And pardon me, don't forget nose hairs. That's actually, John, that's not something I have a problem with. They don't grow out too much, so I'm thankful and lucky, but I do get hair on my ears, and I do have to trim that off. That's something that's on my list as well. So when I do my mustache, I'm going to do the ears as well, and that'll be all good. And thank you everyone for that. That'll be awesome. So anyway, back to doing what we're doing here, and that's the volcano stream. And I do want to thank everyone here, the Big Lava family. Glad that you're all on board. And what? Piggy, what did you send me now? I'm kind of wondering. Uh-oh. Oh, Piggy. I wasn't going to Hawaii, okay? Hang on. Let's see. I got to do this. I got to show you guys this. All right. But since we are talking about Hawaii, we can bring this one up. And Judy M., do you have an interview? Yes, I have an interview at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So that is pretty cool and awesome. Anyway, just well, since you want photos, we'll show you the one photo here with my Hawaiian shirt on, of course, and that is right there. So I hope you guys can accept that, and I do need to trim those whiskers a bit, and I want to make sure there's no stragglies hanging out anywhere, and that'll be pretty cool. And yeah, the maybe I should tuck that shirt in as well. We'll see what we can do. But anyway, that's all good. Thank you, Piggy. I found it amusing. I think it is amusing too. Okay, let's let's get back to the volcano thing. My bad. Sorry. No, Piggy. It's wonderful. Thank you, and thank you for having a little humor. And Doc, don't ask them to pull your. Oh, come on! I'm fun, Tom. The old finger pull gag is always nice. Um, oh, I love the advice here. That is awesome. Do you enjoy this group of nutters? Yeah, absolutely. I love it. So, anyway, Hawaii, what we're looking at, Kilauea, the volcano. And as you can see, um, actually, if you look at things, oh, hang on, where'd my mouse go? Somebody stole my mouse. Oh, hang on, it's the hamster. No wonder I'm looking at the wrong one. Let's get the hamster on there. Anyway, there we go. When you look at our rim areas here, notice that we are not seeing them very high today. They are almost buried all the way around. And our alligator is somewhat submerged again. And wanted to mention that. And the lava lake that we have here seems to be a little bit deeper today. And that was happening from early on this morning, from basically where my stuff kind of my. Wow, Leo, good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Oink oink. Thank you very kindly, Leo. And that is a very awesome. I appreciate that. And a very good morning to you, sir. And Leo Carlson, and get that in there. And that is a very kind and a wonderful super chat. And get that written down as well. Anyway, as I was saying, we see the level has actually risen a little bit in here. So we will see more outflow happening. And just to give you a little bit of enlightenment of what was going on, let's get rid of that banner here first. Where is the banner? Is this guy here? So when I was looking at this from 2:50 a.m., we can see all these extra outflows that had happened during the night. And that is the level was going up quite a bit. And there we see a lot more here as well in the back. And that is very interesting to see all that. Yet yesterday we had, from my time lapse, you can see that there was more there as well. So Grandma B also gifted one membership. And Dr. Fox, get a drink, your voice. Oh, my voice. Let's do that. Welcome, Pat Kennedy. And Pat, if you haven't turned on the gift acceptance on those banners, scroll back up to the gift banner and turn it on. There's a little, if you click on it, a button will appear that says turn on or accept gifts. So you can do that, and you may get lucky and get one of the gifts. We have a few outstanding. And I'm going to take that drink, and then I'm going to write down who actually gifted that. I think it was Grandma B. I don't know. Hang on. Okay, I had that Pepsi. And we'll go back up a little bit and see. We got a £2 super chat from Piggy. And thank you for that. And let's see, I get that in there, and I wanted to scroll up there, and yeah, it was Grandma B who gifted that. Grandma B, and that gifted one. There we go. I got that all figured out. So pretty awesome. Anyway, looking at that, we did see that outflow. I also want to mention, you take a look at this little pond. this little extra guy, it also had an outflow. And so the level in there was higher as well, which is very, very interesting. And to see that, this may grow a little. We'll see what happens. We don't see any changes here in the old lava pond, nor in the toe area, or over here in the original. Oh, hang on, we got to scroll down a little bit. In the original Hornito there, where the lava used to feed in. So don't see that, but I do want to mention that we still have some lava visible here from yesterday, and that was right down on the rim of the caldera, and that is again, you know, another flow, right? So very very neat happenings there in Kilauea, and that is pretty cool to see that. Let's go back, have a quick peek. Of course, this was what it looked like at, I'm going to turn that on. Where's the, that's at just about 3 a.m. 2:59 was the time of this shot. And you can see some of the outflows that were on there as well. And I think I need to turn my hamster on for that guy as well. And there we go. That'll work. And you can see like right in here where we had some of that extra outflow. Real nice to see that. And of course this one, this was from 1900 yet yesterday, and you can definitely see the extra outflow in the back, and we'll show you that in the time lapse once we get to that break. So that was there as well, and that looks pretty awesome. And kind of nice to see the smoke moving off the other direction, and that is pretty cool. And let's refresh this guy to current time, and the smoke is still going away at the opposite direction, and you can see how that lava pond over there has changed shape, and that is kind of a neat, nice. And of course it is making layers in here. Every time it outflows, it creates a little bit higher ground, and this area is getting higher and higher. So that will also happen to this guy, the little one, if it continues to outflow as well. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. Hot and humid Irish monk. Ooh, it's hot and humid there. I wanted to refresh this one though. I forgot to do that. And there we go. And yeah, here's some more lava down on the front, and interesting that we're seeing that down on this side of the caldera, and hopefully we'll see some more flooding of that in the future. But we don't see too much more. We do see this present shape here, but I'm sure we're going to see more outpourings today during the stream, and possibly tomorrow as well. This shot, of course, was one of the other ones here from 3 a.m. You can kind of see the outlines, but not by much. Let's refresh that one. That'll give us a day shot. And here you can see some of that outflow where, again, what I was mentioning earlier, the lava dams that it had built up have been breached, and we see a fairly large rock over here now. And remember that second rock that was way over here, and that was near our gator rock, or lava, near the lava gator. Well, that has floated all the way over to here in the middle of the pond. And this is relatively new, so I'm not sure what's happening with this guy. And we'll see. You can see that there's no berm here or here, and this was flowing out at this point in time. So pretty awesome to see. So that is all a fresh flow, and nice to see that. And I'm happy that Kilauea is doing a little bit of action there. Take your break early, save your voice for tomorrow. I know I should. And yeah, I will do that right now. Let's we'll put it over here for a second, and we'll get this back into place. There we go. and I am going to do that. I'm going to, well, run through this first. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, please, by all means, give it a quick bop. I see we've got 52 in the channel or in the stream, and 45 likes, or 46 now, thank you, 47 now, thank you, and it's going up a little bit, so 48, thank you guys. Anyway, that'll be good. Also, if there's someone here who hasn't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you're enjoying it, and you'll be able to get in there and chat in 1 minute, and that's all it takes, just to let you know. On that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I'm going to throw on that video that I had from that I made earlier today, and you should be able to enjoy that while I am on break. So here it goes, and I'll be back after this video finishes. So don't go away, keep smiling, because I am, and we'll see you soon. go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Piggy says, welcome back, Mr. Foxy, Loxy, a superstar. Why, thank you, Piggy. And Duchess of Elements, thank you. And Sue, and let's see, John, and Leo, and Scott, and Wonky Donkey, Mr. Lucky Job Hunter, Fox, and Hermione, and Fluffy. And hey, Dr. Fox from Jed. Good to see you, Jed. And welcome back. Nice having you on board. And yep, you are more than welcome to show your friend that the link and see how this stacks up. Actually, this view, if they go to the museum, I guess it's the museum parking lot, that is a very similar view from that point, from what I understand. And with a fairly long, well, you don't even need a long-range lens, you'll get some pretty decent views, according to what Two Pineapples had thrown out there when they did their stream yesterday morning, and that was pretty awesome. Anyway, of course, that is what we are seeing right now. So I hope you guys enjoyed that time lapse, and I, spent a grueling 8 hours recording it, and let's just say the first few attempts, I had 3 failed attempts, and I had to restart the recording. So. Daddy Shark, Daddy Shark. Don't do that, Piggy. We're gonna have that song stuck in the head. But I need to go to work now. Good night, all. Leo, you take care and have a safe day at work. And that is awesome. Dr. Fox, it is a very nice video. Thank you very kindly, Jed. I appreciate that. And yeah, it did take a little bit of time to record it. And I mean, it's not physically grueling. It's just, it's sometimes a little frustrating when things don't go quite right. But it seemed to work out really well. And I thought, other than the camera going out of focus for a little while, it was excellent, and we have seen a lot of nice lava flow, and of course, watching it in fast action like that, it's always nice to see the actual flow, because like when you're sitting still, or like this particular shot, you don't see it flowing across as quickly, and it really does make a big difference. And let's see, who else is here? Bauer? I didn't see a Bauer anywhere. Where's a Bauer? Oh, a Bauer. Hello from Germany. Can you please tell us something about air quality, VOG, and SO2? Because I saw Cam last days of foggy. Yeah, the SO2 level. And believe it or not, Bauer, the SO2 level has not really gone up. What was happening was the wind direction was blowing from the other side. And we can show you that on this particular picture. And if you look here, this smoke from this spot here was blowing in this direction across everything. And we were having a very hard time being able to see it. And now you can see it's going the opposite direction. So it's doing a lot better. So if you're over on that viewpoint on the other side here, which would be up somewhere around here, you can see across and see it fairly well. And by the way, guten Abend, Bauer. Glad to have you on board. Okay, vielen Dank. And anyway, that is what we see there, and that is pretty awesome. So getting back to that though, that is what we've got there at Kilauea. You can have a look at the SO2 map, and C&D Boy just pulled up that link. And if you right click on that, that'll open it up in a new window for you. And you can take a look at the current SO2 levels in Hawaii. And there is approximately 3,500 tons of SO2 being emitted per day from Kilauea. So that is what we've got, 3,500 tons. Or if you want to put it in German, 3,500 ton. And that is what we've got there. Hopefully you got it. And that is all good. So let's carry on. We're going to go to our next location, and that is Iceland. And Iceland is not a very good place to be right now if you don't like snow. And you've seen that big beam. You see how terrible that picture looks. Let's go to Reykjavik, the capital city, and you can see how foggy and smoky and horrible it looks. They had rain and snow and fog all day long. If we go back about 10 hours, it wasn't that bad earlier there in the capital, but you can see on the camera, you can see some of the spots. If we go back a little bit more, I don't know if we can catch this morning's snow, but this one is from 1442 is the time on it, Icelandic time, so 2:42 in the afternoon. We do see more new fresh snow on the mountains in the background. We don't see so much landing here, but if we look down, remember what we were seeing, green grass patches down here in the bottom of the park? Well, those are now covered up again. So we've had more snow fall in the city of Reykjavik, and that is unfortunate, but that is the way it is. And if we drop that back to about 7 hours ago, roughly, that is what the scene looked like. It wasn't a bad looking scene. So that's kind of it. We'll put that back to live, and you can see more moisture on the camera again. This one, of course, being one of the ones at the Perlin Center, and the other one, unfortunately, is still kind of small. I don't know what they have done, but if we go back about 10 hours on that one, just to give you a look there as well, you will get the idea. And the open patches of grass that we were seeing before here in the Perlin Center yard are covered with snow once again. And that is what I was just trying to point out there. So that is what we've got there for right now. We'll leave that guy be, and we'll go over to this shot. And normally you would see our wonderful Katla in the background, but we don't. If we go back about 10 hours, you can see the conditions there, and not too pleasant. Fairly windy, and a lot of, again, you can see raindrops or moisture on the camera, indicating that they had some snow and rain. You can barely see Katla in the background here. It is a snowy mountain. But I do want to point out, you can see a lot more black rocks once again. So that snow, it must have rained there fairly good. That is definitely washing some of that snow away, and a little bit of a melt there. So let's see, if we go back all the way about 12 hours, and that was what it was like. It wasn't any better. So this morning there, when I was watching, it was horrible. Lots of rain, lots of snow. So that's what we've got. Thank you, Sue, for bringing up the temperatures. And conditions are showers in the vicinity and a temperature of +2 Celsius right now there in the city of Reykjavik. So that is what we've got. Anyway, let's carry on. Let's see if we can get a shot from the other camera. And of course, this one, you can't see a darn thing right now. If we go back that 10-hour mark, oh, you can see that that lighthouse beam from the lighthouse. That is very close to the camera there. And let's see, there's what it looked like this morning. Very patchy, but later on in the evening it did start snowing again. And you are unable to see the town of Grindavik over here, or the towers or anything like that. We do see this steam geyser continuing on doing its work. A little bit of steam from the other one right in here. And of course, hard to see and make out, but the power plant is there, and the other geyser that they are taking the steam from is right in here. So that is kind of what we've got going on. Let's see if we can show where that snow was coming down. This does show a little bit better. You can actually see some lights, and you can see Grindavik in the background here, and that is pretty cool. I don't see the towers. Maybe I'm not quite dark enough. Let's see a little bit more. There you can see the towers now. And again, you can see in here though that it must have been some ice rain coming down here at one point in time, but it looks like a bit more of a mess. Anyway, there is Grindavik. There are the two towers there. Somebody's got a light out here. I'm not sure what's going on there, but there's the power plant, of course. And let's move over and onward a little bit. We did see the glow, and that is the glow of the city of Reykjavik in the background here. And now you can actually see the towers a little bit better. But it did start snowing here again. So let's, yeah, I was going to say let's go ahead a little bit and see. But if we go, this is about 4.5 hours ago, visibility was very, very poor, to say the least, and foggy, very, very foggy, and we don't even see the lighthouse beam going by, and it is that foggy. Oh, there it is, and you can see the snow in that beam as it went around. And that lets you know what kind of conditions they had there. So definitely not a place that you want to be right now out here in this area. And I think the snow stopped, but it's still very foggy and kind of probably raining again, that kind of thing, because that temperature is right around that freezing mark. So there we go. And let's go over to our harmonic tremor charts and see what we've got there. Give me a second here. I'm going to fix these other ones up. And then we will get back to the harmonic tremor chart. I'm going to refresh that. And let's see. Right there we go. And let's refresh it and see what we've got. I did refresh it just before the show, so it wasn't that far back. And did you ever feel like you're on a roller coaster going up and down and up and down? You get to the top of the hill, you do a couple of drops, and then whee, and then back up, and then whee, and then coming back up. So a little bit of up and down action going on there. And yeah, you might get seasick. Take some Gravol to prevent seasickness, and that would be okay. Anyway, we do see that it definitely headed down as far as activity, and we are seeing a rise once again. And we do see a few spikes in here, so we should see some quakes on our Reykjanes Peninsula. Glad you weren't there this time of year. Oh, Jed, oh man, this would be a horrible time of year if they had a volcano going. Mind you, while I was there, the last 2 days there when I was sort of stuck waiting for getting the flight and that, it poured like crazy. So I'm very familiar with what kind of weather they get there, and it is not so nice sometimes. But hey, it is what it is. It's still a wonderful experience. If you haven't ever gone there to Iceland, you should. Summertime preferably. 3.8 quake in Turkey near me. Did you feel that, Piggy? We'll have a look at that in a second. Anyway, looking at the Grimsey chart, this is the very northern end of Iceland. We see that is way down. It's a matter of fact, it's gone down below normal, and we'll see what is going on up there or not going on up there. Very, very quiet, but big drop. But I was going to look for the Grindavik chart. It is completely off and broken. Let's take a look at the Kristavik one and see if that has any better indicators. And that would be somewhere around here-ish. Let's see. There it is, Kristavik. And yeah, that's another roller coaster. Please take your gravel. And we see that one drop down a whole bunch. Now, we didn't see that last rebound on this one in comparison to what we had at Eruption. And that kind of makes me wonder what's going on there. And we will figure that out in due process here. We're going to go take a look at some of the quakes. There were not that many quakes. 6 minutes to reach us, light, little light swaying. Okay, and that is not so bad if it's only a little light swaying. We'll maybe take a look at that just before we head off for the break, Piggy, and I want to see that. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. Popping over to our Icelandic earthquakes, speaking of earthquakes, and that is what we are seeing on the map today. 31 in the last 24 hours, so not that many. And that is interesting, but we'll take a look here and see what may have caused the ups and downs there. And looking at what we see offshore, this is where things get interesting. 2252, we had a magnitude 0.1, very small, and 3.5 kilometers down for him. And the next one underneath, a 0.2, a 5.1 clicks down, and 2253 for him. Then the next one, a 0.3, and that is from a 2110, and that is a 4.3 kilometers down. And then earlier we had from 8:59 a.m. a magnitude 1.9, 5.5 kilometers down for that. And sliding over, and of course, and those people who are not familiar with it, I do want to point out where the camera is located. There is the lighthouse, that lighthouse beam that we've seen going by. Well, and that's where the camera is located, over there. And of course, it sees Grindavik and the radio towers. There's the town of Grindavik and those two radio towers there. And gives you a pretty good idea. Of course, the Blue Lagoon is right in here, as well as the power plant. And that you can see Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik over there. And here's one of the quakes, just a little guy, 0.03, and that is only 65 meters down. And that was from 1:51 a.m. And we don't see anything in our Fræðidalsfjall area, and that's this outline right in here. So this is Fræðidalsfjall, and there's where Ragnar is, and that's the Siggy Fisher, of course. So that is what we had over there. But looking at Kristavik, we did see a 0.44, and that came in at 10:24 a.m., 5.4 kilometers down. Then we had a 0.9. 7 kilometers down at 9:38, and sliding over a little bit more, we see this one 0, and that was from 9:23, 5.2 kilometers down. And looking at this one here, this one was 0.62 from 8.2 kilometers down, and 9:04 is the time on that. 0.46, 8.5 clicks down, and that is 9:03 for him. And let's see what else we got out here on this other peninsula. Usually we see him over here a little bit more, but this time it's out a little bit more, and that is a 0.54, and that is only 86 meters down. and that was from 13:09 is the time on it. And let's see what we got. Going over a little bit more. I just want to zoom out. Nothing over in the other area. And we'll take a look at this 5.2 kilometers down, 11:34. Next one is a 0.3, 7.1 kilometers down, 6:28 a.m. Next one, 0.9, 2.7 kilometers down from 19:53. Okay, it is break time, you guys, so I'm going to leave it there. We will take a look from Katla onward after the break. For now, I'm going to put you back over to our wonderful Halima, what is it? Halima crater in Kilauea. And there we go. Thanks. I was wondering where that camera was located. Okay, no worries, Jed. That gives you a little better idea. Anyway, it's just to the east of, north and a little bit east of the that lighthouse. Anyway, it is time for me to go take a break, and don't go away. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop and help us out. Of course, our target is to get well over that 100 mark. And of course, for those who have not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing if you are enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I better go because I see a Fluffy and Poppet are coming. That is 2 Krakens. That's too much for me to handle. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. Microphone is back on. And of course, you know what? It's bacon seed time. But, Piggy, I was looking on the map. I guess they didn't update the map yet. I don't see that quake on the map. But that is okay. I'm sure it'll pop up there eventually. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and Hermione and Fluffy. And Full Circle of Florida saying the man, the legend, the one and only Dr. Fox. Oh, thank you. And I just wanted to make a quick remark while I was looking at the screen there. I noticed we had some pretty good gush of flow coming out of that geyser style lava venting there. And it was probably maintaining somewhere around 5 or 6 meters, which would give you a decent 20 feet or so thereabouts. And that is pretty awesome. And you don't realize how big that is till you kind of get a real measurement on it. But that is what's going on. And there again, it's doing its thing. Piggy sent me another email. Let's see what that one's got entailed. 3.9 near the coast of western Turkey. Okay, coordinates. Yeah, I see it, but 128 kilometers northwest of Izmir, Turkey. Okay, and we'll have to look for that. 13 kilometers north of Agia, Paraskevi, Greece, if I said that right. We'll have to take a look at Piggy and see where that is. Thanks for that update. All cool. Anyway, I warned you, Piggy. Yep, thank you. Did I say it right, Piggy? I'm glad I'm starting to learn to speak Greek. Oh boy. Anyway, bacon seeds. Let's go and have a look at bacon seeds. Hang on. This is not bacon seeds. These are sty seeds. They are in Piggy's sty. And they're invaders, and I'm glad to see that they were all being happy and enjoying their sleepish type attire, or whatever you want to call it. Piggy did send out more wonderful stuff. Yesterday we did have the jailbreak and the tools, of course. So that is Piggy being in her sty, of course, locked up. And we did send those tools over for her to get out if she needed to. But let's get rid of those. And there's Piggy sending more data and more bacon seeds. And let's see. Paraskevi means a beach. All right, I didn't know that, but now I know. Anyway, that was our last one from yesterday. Let's carry on with the new ones. And this is a new. Look at that imposter. And that is a very fine looking bunny. It looks snow white. It would fit in with our bunnies here. And that is a very, very nice looking bunny. But wait, I thought we were supposed to look at bacon seeds. That is a pig. Gotta love it. Wrong nose, I guess so. The nose knows. And that is all awesome. And let's see what else we've got for bacon seeds. We got another one wearing a costume. And that one is kind of a ducky. And that is a very ducky situation there. Matter of fact, that ducky is even playing in some water, and that is very cool. I gotta love it. And, it's awesome to see a duck swimming suit for a pig. Very cool. Next bacon seed, of course, is this one. Some rain gear ready to go out in the rain. If Piggy ever gets any, and that is what that one is ready for. some good rain. And you gotta love it when you see that. And of course, the smirk on his face, a nice little smile. So that is nice. These pigs, I think they really ham it up when they are being photographed. They like that. Oh, bad punny, bad pun. Ham it up, ham it on. Never mind. Okay. These guys are getting wet, and they're enjoying getting wet. Look at the smiles on their faces, and enjoying that wonderful water shower. And 3 piggies in a shower. Very, very cool. And I gotta love it, you guys. That is very, very awesome. And let's see what we've got on the next shot here. And that is this one. It says, but you promised. Oh, look at the pouty face on that little piggy. Definitely a pouty face. That is definitely a pouty face. I gotta love the expressions on some of them, and they are so wonderful and so awesome to see, because they do really show some human emotion in that sense, and that is very, very beautiful. And we got one more bacon seed, and let's have a look at our last one for today, and that is this sweeping beauty, and that is what we've got, and that is all cool. And are we missing one? No, that's 6. That's what you sent. So all cool. All right, that's a tiny little bacon seed, and itty bitty one. Yep, that is the size of a remote control. So careful what you're grabbing. And don't try to click the wrong button, because you'll hear some awful noises. Anyway, that is pretty cool. So thank you, Piggy. Wonderful bacon seeds today. Love them, and bop that channel. And that's right. Thistle was small like that once. Yeah, we know. Thistle was just a tiny one, and now Thistle is a long-legged monster. Yeah. Anyway, what had a buck-tooth cow once, so cute when they moved. Remote control bacon seed. Yep, that is awesome. Okay, back to our stuff in Iceland. We want to continue on with our quakes, and I see the latest quake actually did show up there, right there, 1.9, while we were doing all our bacon seeding. And let's take a look. Of course, this is the Katla area. Let's have a peek at this point 1, 200 meters down, not very far from the surface. 16:37 is the time for that one. And going over, let's work our way across. This one from 1430, magnitude 1.1 kilometers down. And then we've got this magnitude 1.87. That is 50 meters down, very close to the surface from 1430. And then we've got this guy. It is a 0.96. That's 42. Is it 42? Yeah, 42 meters down, and not very far from the surface either. That could be, since they had that rain, that could be ice movement. And that could be what's causing this. 11:58 was the time on that one. And then this one down here, same thing, 0.65 and 67 meters down. So again, a likely ice movement. 7:51 a.m. for him. And this 0.9, which is a brand new one, came in on the 24th. My future and Piggy's past. from 1:15 a.m. 1.9 in magnitude, 1.1 kilometers down. That is not ice movement. That is definitely down in the ground. Let's slide up a little bit more. We don't see anything at Grimsvatn, but we do have one over here at Bardabunga that the sensor that is buried there, according to Irish Monk. It got buried. It would be right underneath this guy, 0.6, 5.9 kilometers down from 2057. And if you take a look down there, there's also a truck there beside the GPS sensor. There's also a 0.5 there, 8.2 kilometers down from 2212. And then we've got this 0.6, 700 meters down, and that is 1650 for a time. 1648, we had a 0.8, and that's also 700 meters down. Not very deep quakes today. Moving up a little bit closer to Astja, right on the rim, and that is 0.45, 4.5 kilometers down, and that is from 1011 today. And just north of Herdebreit, we see this 0.6, 5.1 kilometers down, 25 minutes after midnight in the new day. And we carry on. We'll grab this one over here, 1.2 in magnitude, 500 meters down, 1720 is the time on it. And that again could be some ice movement or something. I have no idea. They're very shallow quakes and some stuff. 2209 for this quake, 0.2, 4.6 kilometers down. This magnitude 0.6 is 48 meters down. And that is again possibly some ice movement. And we've got two more here. This 1.21. 8.3 kilometers down from 1244, and this one very close to the island of Grimsey is at 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down, and that is from 2004. There is our quakes for Iceland today, and that is all 32 of them, and we do like that. So very cool. Very interesting, and let's carry on and go to our next place of adventures. And let's try going over to Sicily for a second. And Sicily, again, I don't know what's going on in Sicily as far as the weather. We did have some points in time where it wasn't too bad, but it didn't look all that great for the most part. There we go, and we do actually have a picture today, which is really nice. Let's get it better quality. There we go. Anyway, we seen a continuing a flow out of the vent that, or fissure, I should say, that had opened up right around here. I know it's buffering a little bit, but don't worry about that. Anyway, that it was flowing down here still. But we seen the new flow come down this path. That was what we were seeing yesterday when it was dribbling down here. Unfortunately, we couldn't get back to be able to film any of it or capture any of it. We do still see up top that we do have some billowing smoke there in addition to the cloud work. So that is what we've got in Sicily. And I'm just trying to see if there was any bacon, if we've seen it, as we carry on here. And I figure there was a 5-point-something quake in Malta again. Okay, we're not seeing anything active or pouring out of Etna at just after 6 p.m. their time. So I don't know if the flow stopped or what the deal is. But that is about what we're seeing. So just kind of gives you an update. Oh, maybe we do see just a speck right there. Right there. You can see a tiny speck. And I don't know if it's cloud in the way or is there actually some lava flowing. But hopefully we'll see some more renewed activity from Sicily. and Yvonne will be happy if there is. So that is what we've got going on there right now. I'm going to cut that back a little bit and put it there. Let's go over to our, we want to go, not that map yet, but we'll go over and have a look at these pictures. Of course, because we're after the golden hour, our carriage has turned into a pumpkin already. We are on the island of St. George in the Azores, and there is one of the little towns or villages, and the harbor lights, one of the harbors, and you can see the reflection in the water here of those harbor lights. You do also see off in the distance there is some lights there. That is a Pico Island, of course, just so you have an idea. Whoop, not this one, this one. And there is what Pico Island looks like, just so you see the harbor out down in the front there. And of course, the other shot here, that is that little cove that we're about to look at. So we'll turn those off. Let's pop over to the cove. And there you go, and you can get your Toyota for only $47,600, and that is the cove. We do see a little bit of white water there, but nothing splashing because our clock stopped here just at midnight. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. And let's go over and see if there were any new quakes. We do have one that showed up fairly late in the afternoon, or actually evening there already, from a 2118 1.7 on the island of St. George. This map, of course, only does St. George. It doesn't do the other areas. But I do know that we had a fair amount of quakes in the area. And we'll refresh that one so we capture everything. And let's make that a little bit bigger and close some of those ads. And there we can see what's going on in the area. And of course, Mid-Atlantic Ridge running this way, and then the East Azores fault going that way. There's the Azore Islands, and we'll zoom in a little bit. There's the island of St. George. We do see that quake 4 hours ago, and that is 2.0 on this map, but that is okay. Then when we zoom in a little bit more, we take a look here. 20 hours ago, a 2.7 over on Pico Island, and 19 hours ago, a 2.4. And nobody said that Mount Pico was going to erupt, or the Pico volcano. And I'm a little bit suspicious of maybe they should move this thing over and put the yellow one here. Maybe we'll get Pico erupting. That would be a blast, eh? And over on Tercera, we do see this one, 21 hours ago, 2.4 in magnitude. And that is very cool as well, right beside the volcano. And a couple more out here in the water. And this one is 11 hours ago, 2.5 in magnitude. And that is a surface quake. The other one here 11 hours ago, and that is 5 kilometers down, or 3.1 miles, and that came in at 14:20 time-wise. I don't believe that there are any others, and there we go. I did want to check the depth on this one. Surface quake, okay, and these two surface, and the other one is a surface as well. Yeah, that's what I thought. So there gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on in our Azore area. And if we zoom out a little bit and to give you a better idea for those who aren't familiar with this, there's Iceland up there, Reykjanes Ridge going all the way out to about here. And then they call that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, of course. And there's your East Azores Ridge. And over there's Newfoundland, and there's Nova Scotia and Florida down there, and let's see, Portugal and Spain, and Irish Monk, there he is waving to us from there, from Doolin, and of course there we go, England and Europe, of course, and there we go. Let's continue on here. That looks like an impact crater in the seabed. No, those are old volcanic craters, full circle Florida. If we go back to that map, let's zoom in for a second. Whoop. And you're talking about this one, perhaps? That is an old volcanic caldera. And there are multiple calderas in here. Here's another one. And let's see if we can spot a few smaller ones. Here's a small one, small one, small one. This whole place is loaded with old volcanoes. And you can see all of them pointing up yet. So, yeah, there's lots of them here. And of course, when we take a look at the islands, you know, here on Terceira, you definitely see the Terceira volcano. Here's the other one that is very prominent. And then there's other ones that we see right in that area. There was also, if we go over to, not Pico Island, well, Pico Island, the whole island is riddled with volcanoes. But if you go over here, this area, this is also a caldera. And that is very interesting. Actually, several calderas on top of each other. So here's another one, of course, and that's a little more obvious. You can see the actual volcano underneath and the top of that caldera. On the other side of Fayal Island, there's a volcano. There's another one. And this was the outflow, but there was another caldera right in here. So many calderas. Anyway, it is break time. Somebody's indicated that to me, and thank you, Hermione. And we are back just in time to see some lava flow coming out. And I will get back to that page with my mouse. And why is my hamster not showing up? No, wrong guy. A hamster, show up. And there we go. You can see that spilling over. And remember what I was saying, this is very full. So we're going to see a lot of those spillovers. And here comes some music. Keep smiling, everyone. I'm going to go take a 5-minute break. And for those people who have not yet hit that like button, please give it a shot if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I'm going to be taking a 5 or 6 or 7 minute break. We do have 2 bunnies eating right now for those who need to know. I'll be back in a few minutes. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all back here. And yeah, definitely seeing more lava pouring out there. Okay, I see you retracted that. Thanks, Sharon. It was being held anyway. I don't think anyone's seen that. So you're okay. You can just pretend you didn't do that. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and let's see, Hermione and Fluffy, and here comes the fox covered in feathers. Oh no! Thanks, Kananaskis country and Duchess of Elements. Appreciate that. And yes, the Irish monk. We seen that wonderful €2 super chat. Just writing it down here as we speak. Thank you very kindly. And if we say Arizona, Arizona snowman, where are you? I'm sure he'll be around somewhere. But thank you kindly, Irish monk. He's probably lurking in the background. He's got, he's a mod at many other places. So, he does his thing there as well, and he has multiple channels open, so he mods elsewhere, and sometimes they get a little busy, but we are okay. We got C&D Boy here. He's a pretty good mod as well, and I do see DJ Puff the Third popped in. Glad to have you on board as well. And let's see, who else snuck in the door? We got Kananaskis country, and that's all good, and of course Sharon Stewart, thanks for popping on board, and it's all a ducky there. Okay, and yeah, as we mentioned earlier, that seems to be more flow coming out of that gushing event there, and that is definitely an increase in volume right now. So something is happening there at Kilauea. And we'll see, you know, if we get more action at the Halamaumau crater, of course, and we'll keep an eye on that. I want to see a huge fountain. Well, me too, Duchess, but, you know, seeing that already, we know that is probably about 5 or 6 meters in height, and that is somewhere around 20 feet. And that is a pretty large already. It is kind of a like hard to tell, or a judgment call from the camera looking there. You don't know, because we don't have a real gauge beside it to show you how tall that actually is. But that is actually fairly tall. If you think about it, you know, if you stood a person on there, that person would be a lot smaller. Well, you see the gator rock behind it, and that a person would probably not reach the top of the gator rock. Okay, just to give you a little bit of an idea at the gator rock's higher point, that is, because it is a little bit weird. And who we got here? A Hootie player. Anyone know that it is 3 a.m. and you are watching niche content? That's me right now, enjoying this. Hootie player and Lesladia, what is it? Landia? Leslandia. I'm not sure where you're from, but 3 a.m. That is awesome, and welcome on board, and glad to have you here. So let's carry on though. We got more volcanoes to cover. And we had a look at the Azores. Let's get over to Mexico and those places. And we want to go over to, well, Popocatépetl first. Let's see, I gotta set some things here for a second. And try to get myself straightened out here as to my next views. Where is... no, that is a horrible view. Oh boy. We may have to go to Japan right away too. I'm trying to find my next view here. There it is, a Popocatépetl. There we got it. And of course a Fuego. So let's go over there and have a quick peek. I'm still on a Fuego. Oh, hang on. Oh, this is the video. You can watch that video first. This was from last night that I recorded this. It has music, and it was a heck of a big pop. Look at the size of those lava bombs and how high they are. And the amount of lava in that shot is incredible. I'm not sure the volume that came out, but that was a lot of material. And if you were anywhere on that mountain, you'd be gone right now. That is a really incredible shot. That was from Fuego last night. And of course, this video has already gotten some, I think, close to 400 views. So for those who didn't see it, you do see it now. And I forgot to turn it off. It's okay. I watched it a couple times. I like it. And yeah, I'm turning that volume down a little bit there. There we go, just so you can hear me in the background as well. Yeah, Foo Fighters and the Volcanoes almost, yeah. That is an incredible amount of lava that came out in that one single burst. And I thought it was important that we share that with everyone so you could see what it was doing, and you see how long it took. And this was real time. This is not a time lapse, so we let it go. And you could see some of the lights here. There are people up there taking photos, and I'm surprised that they were. And well, hey, it is what it is. You are risking your life by going up on the embankment over here. You can see another light. So these guys were risking a lot going up on this over by Fuego. But let's turn that off. Let's go over to Popocatépetl, and this is in Mexico. Speaking of Foo Fighters, there's one now. We see it going by, and it's moving, and it's going behind the volcano, and it appears to be blinking its lights and stuff. I have no idea what that is. It is... Hey, OFU Lux, are you still here? It might be him flying around doing his thing. And yeah, he likes to do that. Anyway, this is Popocatépetl right now. If we go back in time, we do see a few little pops. And we want to see this one here. And I don't know if there was a lava that came out with it or not. But I just want to let that run for a second. I did advance it just a little, and there you can see the glow starting on the bottom. That is pretty interesting, but I don't know if it actually threw lava out of the crater or not, but definitely lit up very well. That, of course, was at 7:19 p.m. their time this evening, so very cool. Yeah, I don't think it threw any lava out. If we advance it a little bit, we see that it is just basically a smoke from the caldera, lots of ash and the like, and that is what we see there. Let's back that up a little bit more. We did have more action than I seen earlier, and we'll try to make this fairly quick here. This is another one of the blasts. And again, it was still a little bit sunny at just before 7 p.m. their time, just before the sunset. And you can see that very dark ash cloud coming out of there. and continuing on. Let's see if we can find some other points. I know the sunset was very pretty there. That kind of scene looked pretty gorgeous. Let's see if we can find some bigger shots out of there during the course of the day. This was one of them. And let's see what we've got. And this one here. And it wasn't fast. It's not fast like Fuego is. But let's take a look and see what we've got there. And puffing out. This one was actually multiple little puffs, I thought. And there we go. And there's the second puff. And that looked a lot darker. That may have carried a little bit of a magma and other tephra out at that point in time. It's just when we have so much light in the frame, we don't see it, right? So it's not like a nighttime scene where you see the infrared or the heat being generated by it. But look at the amount of ash that is continuing to come out as I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time here. And that is over a fairly large period of time. So lots of material coming out. And, you know, yesterday we had a very, very quiet day as far as the volcanoes were concerned. Today, well, yesterday up till last night. And there's another shot. This one was at 3:21 in the afternoon there in Mexico. And for those who are unfamiliar with it, Popocatépetl is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. Let's go just before those clouds right about here. And this one was another one. This is about 5 minutes or 6 minutes after 1 p.m. Their time. And you can see the smoke or plume coming a little bit more towards the camera rather than blowing the other way. They did have fairly heavy winds. So here's another one from a little bit earlier. And this is 11:27, I think, is what I had written down. And let's see if we can advance that 10 seconds at a time. And should it be right around here? There we go. 11, actually 28. I was off a minute. Darn it. But that happens. There you can see the a very dark ash cloud again. So yeah, it is what we've got, and that looked pretty awesome. And again, billowing out, you know, in repeated surges, whereas before we'd get just a little puff here and there. So there you can see it's doing its thing. So definitely a lot more action as of late from Popocatépetl. And let's see what we had earlier, some smaller ones. And I'm trying to get back to the morning hours where we had a sunrise. Yeah, this one will work. And this is earlier in the day, 7:08 a.m. is the time on the clock right there. I think it was a little bit further beyond that. Let's try right there. There you can see it's 7:09. And of course, the golden sunshine lighting it up a little bit for us. So that is pretty awesome. And again, it was one of these longer term eruptions where we had multiple bursts of ash coming out. And that is always nice to see. It tells us a volcano is doing its thing. And if we go back, I think there might be one more we want to look at in the early wee hours, unless we can't get to it anymore. Oh, I don't think we can get to the last one. So I'll leave that be. But this was at 4:02 a.m. The other one I think was about 3 in the morning. That I recall seeing earlier when I checked it this morning. Anyway, that is it for Popocatépetl. Let's move on, and we will take a quick peek at what we can see from our wonderful friend Fuego. I know we already seen the video from last night, but we did have a candle glowing in just a little while here. Let's see. a fairly clear shot too. Oh, I'm gonna let that play. There you go, and you can see the guys with the cameras over here taking all kinds of pictures, and that is pretty awesome. Pardon me. And of course it is erupting again. Still not as much lava being ejected at this point in time, but still, you know, a fairly nice little plume just right at sunset. And I'm sure these guys that have the flashes going over there are, I don't know why they got flashes, by the way. That's not going to help you much when you're up there taking shots. But looks cool anyway. They should be taking, opening the iris up a little bit and taking time-lapse style shots. There's a couple more little ones here. Let's let that start a little bit. There you can see the candle lit, and then the ejecta starts pluming up and outward, and that would have made a very nice picture for these guys over here, and with the slow dropping lava bombs. And that wasn't too far, so definitely not as big as the one that we captured last night. And here's a nice sunset shot if you want to look at that. That looks pretty nice. And going back into the daytime hours a little bit, we did have some cloud battling and not that great of views, but I'm glad they have the camera pulled back a little bit more and not so close in, and it gives us a little bit more perspective on that volcano. It is quite tall, doing its thing, and prior to that I think we lost most of the visibility. There's the little one I was looking for, and that is at 5:25 p.m. their time, and prior to that it wasn't a very good visibility at all. Let's leave that be. The clouds did come in and hide it somewhat after that, and we'll not worry about that, and we'll put this back onto live. The candle is lit for us to see more tonight. Moving along a little further south, of course, Fuego is in Guatemala. Next country down that has a volcano, of course, is there in Nicaragua. That's a Masaya volcano. Actually, there's all kinds of volcanoes in between, but we do see that from a Masaya from earlier today. You can see fairly far down into the caldera. You wouldn't want to fall in. That's very, very steep. But let's refresh that. There is the magma down below, and not that good of a picture because we got a lot of smoke in there. And we'll leave that be. Let's go take a next look. We're heading to South America. This is, of course, a Reventator. And remember what we were saying about all that SO2 that's being ejected? Well, Reventator is doing its thing. And here is some wonderful lava plumes that are coming down the side of our Reventator. And as you can see with their IR camera that they had on. And this happened this morning at 1:52 a.m. and that is in Ecuador. You bet. Geoplanet Jane, and welcome back. Glad to have you on board. So nice to see you. Anyway, that one is a wonderful volcano. It's 11,686 feet in height, or 3,562 meters. For whoever needs to know, it's fairly tall, but it had some very awesome output there, and that is being shown in the infrared spectrum, or thermal, I should say, my bad, a thermal spectrum, and that is what is pretty cool. So let's give one more shot here, see what else they had for pictures. Nope, not that one. Not that one. That won't work. I don't know where those are. And back to this one. So we'll leave that there for right now. The next one on our list will be going over to our wonderful Semeru, but we're going to do that after the break. I need to rest my voice for a few minutes. We will put you back onto our Kilauea volcano for now. I'm going to take that break. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and we'll be back soon. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing, please. And I'll be back in a little bit. Shopping for what? I'm going to shop. Okay. I'll be back, you guys. Thanks. And there we go, microphone back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and the full circle throws in a super chat just as I got. Any info on Montserrat doing anything lately? Actually, no, Full Circle Florida. Not that I know of anyway. I haven't heard anything. I didn't see anything in any reports. So we are always snooping for more new information, and didn't see anything at all. Just writing that down. Florida, there we go. And a $2 super chat. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat and support. And thank you for the welcome backs from our wonderful people here. Sue Hayes, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and Hermione and Fluffy also saying welcome back. And of course we have our wonderful Geoplanet Jane has popped in the channel. Glad to have you on board, Jane. And yep, there's a bunch of people in here, but Piggy went to bed. She had some shakers there. Oh my, what? Her my old knee. Actually, she's got some back issues as well. She had 2 fractures in her vertebrae. Or vertebrae? I don't know. But not sure how she ended up doing it, and that's still a mystery. But she is supposed to be on bed rest for 4 weeks. So that's what the scoop is there. Anyway, yeah, Jane, it's yes, it is an island in the Caribbean, and Caribbean has been relatively quiet as far as our wonderful shakers they've had, but we had a fairly good shaker in Guadeloupe the other day. 6.2, or I think it was, something like that. Anyway, let's go over to our next one on the list, and of course that is our wonderful Merapi, not Marapi, but Merapi. And there we see it with the full screen they've got. Let's stretch it back out because they squished it, and that looks a little better that way. And that is what we're seeing. We do see some glow here again on the thermal. So wondering where the lava is. It's hard to see. Of course, this is in daylight hours. And what is it, a 9:30 there or something like that? Right down 9:10, I believe, maybe, in the morning. So we don't see any lava there. If we go back, though, a little bit of a time and battle our clouds, we'll maybe be able to see something. And the one camera was down, of course. We do see that it did have more lava. Unfortunately, we're not able to see what's going on up here. Let's see if we can go back a little bit further into the darkness. And we still see that hot area. And possibly a little bit of lava right there. Not sure if that is what we've got. That cloud seemed to be in the way. Let's see if we can go back and just... I thought I'd just seen it there, but let's see if we go back a little bit more. Yeah, too hard to tell. Let's go back a bunch and see if we can find any lava coming out of it. And let's see, and that lit up behind it there is from the moon. And there we go. That is into the wee hours of the morning. Not seeing any lava, unfortunately, or a very, very little, perhaps a tiny spot up top here. On the thermal, though, we can see a lot of heating there. So that does give us a little bit of hope, if you will. And let's get past the cloudy period there. I don't know if that is actually some lava or heat. but we do see it lit up a little bit, a little lighter than normal, and possibly a little bit of lava flowing out of it, and not much. Hard to tell at nighttime, you know, when you have poor visibility. These cameras are quite a distance away, and that is what we got. But we do see, while this one is stuck, and this one was stuck at 12:44, but that's what we've got there right now. Not going to dwell on this one since we can't see anything. We'll continue on. Next volcano on our list, of course, and that is on this particular scene. Let's pop over to, and this is New Zealand, and that is Mount Ruapehu. And Mount Ruapehu, relatively quiet. Don't see anything happening on it. And if we go back in the earlier morning hours, it is horrible weather there. They've got all kinds of clouds and stuff in the way. We're not going to see anything more than what we did in our live shot. And that is the best we're going to get for today there at Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. Next one is, of course, the chart for Taupo, and we do see that they had a new quake there at Taupo, a little bit of a tremor and a little bit of action. We'll see if that shows up on the USGS chart, but that is what we had there. Let's make that a little bigger. It's a little easier to see, and typically it was quiet up to that point, so we do see a little bit of a tremor in there of some sort, and gave it a little bit of a shot or jolt, if you will. But we'll see if we have something showing up in there. That's a little better. And let's see if we can have a look at what it looks like there today. And we'll take a shot. And yep, all that cloud, very rainy looking kind of a day. And looks like nobody's playing in the park. Of course, the caldera for Taupo is the entire lake here, and that is what we've got. And the visibility, of course, in the back here to see Mount Ruapehu is nil because of all the clouds. So that is what we've got there. We will leave that one. We'll go over to our wonderful Semeru, and Semeru is suffering from clouditis as well today, and not able to see it very well either. Let me see if I can get onto that page. And where did it go? Look for cloudy stuff. Oh, hang on, they're all cloudy. Oh, it happens to be one of those days. I'm trying to go back. We did see it a little earlier today. It was very hazy conditions. There it is, and I'm not seeing anything at that point in time. It does look like a little bit of smoke coming off the caldera up top, but we will continue on and see if we did see some lava during the very early morning hours. I don't think we did have anything there. Let's see if we can make that a little bigger. There we go. And yeah, it's hard to see anything. It is just not that great of a day. Yeah, that's as good as we're going to get. And let's see. Oh, we did have a little bit of a plume there. Let's see if we can get to that point. And there we do see from 3:34 a.m. We do see a little bit of a magma or lava coming down the hill. So that is kind of nice. I want to back it up and see if we can find where it came out. Maybe right around here, just a little bit further back. And yeah, you can see it dribbling down the hill. So, or the mountain, I should say, not hill. It's quite a large volcano. So that is what we've got there. Not a heck of a lot we can do with it. It's fairly dark and not such great visibility there today. So, and it wasn't that active. Let's see. Oh, we do have another spot here. We might be able to see this one. And this was at 10 or 11 p.m. at their time, roughly. And if we advance it a little bit, we should be able to see, a lightning. We'll see lightning, yes. And we'll should be able to see a little bit of a shot here. And let's see, a dozen more likes, and we got 100 for dark. Yep, for those who haven't yet hit that like button, please help us out. And there we see it starting to glow a little bit. And it wasn't any kind of a violent eruption. It did pour out. Oh, there we go. A little bit more. Come on, shoot up there into the sky. No, it won't do that. It was a relatively small burp coming out of there with some lava, so pretty cool nonetheless. And we can see the lava flowing down the hill a little bit. Yes, at this point, the scientists seem mystified about about this finding. Finding? Which finding? Well, it's amazing. Okay, the information. Yeah, lots of info. And there you can see that lava. It actually flowed beyond that little catch basin and down the hill a little bit, as you can see. Normally it stops right in here in this spot because that's kind of a ridge in there, and it did flow on beyond that just a bit. So nice to see, but that little catch basin may be pretty much full, so when we see future eruptions, we will likely see that lava moving further down the mountain, and that'll be kind of nice and interesting. Anyway, the reversal of the rotation of the Earth's inner core. Reversal of the rotation? I don't think it'll reverse. We have a centrifugal effect on the spinning of the Earth going in one direction. I don't think it's going to allow it to stop and go the opposite direction. Mind you, your magnetic core, or the magnetism, that could reverse, but yes, it has happened. Oh boy. Well, I don't know and wouldn't understand that. That is beyond my scope. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there. And that, of course, is in eastern Java. Let's go to the other side of the Java island, to where Krakatau is. And here is something that we were seeing come out of Krakatau today, or yesterday. And that is pretty interesting. So Krakatau, a volcano in Indonesia, intense explosion this morning. And that was from 7:59 a.m. or just about 8 o'clock is when they took that photo. So definitely a little extra eruptive material coming out, and that is pretty cool. So Anik Krakatau definitely busy doing its thing. Let's see if they had any other info. There's another photo of it. And that was just a few minutes later, about 10 minutes later, that they took that one. And definitely continuing to do its thing. And let's see, this one is, I'm not sure where this one is. Okay, that actually might be, I don't know, that almost looks like Stromboli. Up top there. But anyway, let's see what else they got. No, that's more people doing their thing. Anyway, let's leave that be. We will go to our next volcano. And of course, that would be Sakurajima. And that would be there. Let's see if we can fix that up in a second. And unfortunately, Madam Rutsa does not have her live on today for Ta'al, so we won't get to see Ta'al at all. That rhymes. And we won't get to see Taal at all. I've got punny funnies. Anyway, not good visibility there in Japan. And there we see very foggy and cloudy. Those clouds are coming in at almost sea level. And that is very hard to see anything. Earlier, I thought the whole volcano may have erupted, but if we take a look at this shot, and you can see that is actually partially the weather system coming across there. I thought for sure that thing blew its top, but can't tell. If we look at the previous times, there is definitely a heavy weather system in there, and we can take a look at that. You can see what it looks like. Not so good, but earlier during the night it wasn't too bad. We do see it continuing to off-gas quite a bit, and we can maybe take a look at the close-up cam to see if it had some glow in that caldera. Earlier it was a little bit more snuggy to the ground. The wind was going the opposite direction, and this one definitely had some ejecta, at least during the blast, and I don't know if it threw anything out. That is at 2:26 a.m. or thereabouts, or let's see if we bank that up just so we can take a look at the other camera. And we seen that coming out at about 2:19 a.m. So let's leave this one on back to live, and we'll go to this one and see if we can go to 2:19 a.m. Because right now it is very foggy, and we may not be able to see anything, but let's see. It's 3:50, and let's see. We don't see a glow. That's a 2:50. We want a 2:19, so let's go back a little bit more to another 10 minutes or so. Somewhere around here, 2:13. Very, very poor visibility, unfortunately. 2:17. We didn't see any glow, and that is unfortunate. So nothing popping out of there right now, and that is very interesting to see. Let's leave that on the live. It is very cloudy there. We don't see anything of the caldera. Let's take a look. Is the ice cream boat in? Yes, there is an ice cream boat. The other ice cream boat is just leaving, and for those who want ice cream, make sure you take your umbrellas, because you're going to have to figure that out. And by the way, I didn't say hi to Billy Bob Joe. Welcome, Billy Bob Joe. Glad you're here. And interesting to see some of that stuff, and pretty awesome. But no visibility of the volcano, unfortunately. Geophysics, I guess. Yep. We like geophysics. That's all what this planet is about. It's dynamic. It continues to do its thing. Let's go to the next one, and I doubt that we're going to see a heck of a lot over there either. This is Subanoshijima, and that is also in Japan, one of the southern islands. And we will see if we can see anything. It does look like there's some steam coming out of there, so I don't know what's going on. There we go. Not seeing a heck of a lot. And going back a little bit more, no glow or anything like that. And that is at 6:11 a.m. Lots of dark clouds and stuff keeping it dark. Just 10 to 4, we didn't see anything either. If we go back a little bit more, and this is about 2:45, nothing there. And 1:38, nothing. And going back a little bit more, 42 minutes after midnight, don't see a darn thing. So that is what we've got going on. 3-minute warning. Thank you, Hermie, and appreciate that. And I don't think we're going to see a Mount Fuji either. Oh, maybe we will. And there is our wonderful Mount Fuji. It is peeking through the clouds, and that is actually not so bad. Earlier when I checked, it was this is what I was looking at earlier, and that's why I was saying I don't think we're going to see it. It looked like it was actually snowing there, but let's go back to the live shot and see what it does look like. And there we go. So it's got some clouds in the way, not going to worry about it, and we will leave that be. Let's go to our next one, and of course, and that is Yellowstone. And Yellowstone does not have anything going on right now. Of course, it is dark there, so we're not going to see anything, unfortunately. I did a peek earlier. It was still all the vents were still going as far as steam geysers, so it is doing what it should be that way, which is really cool and awesome. Anyway, that is kind of it for right now. What we're going to do is I'm going to go take a break, and I will go. I don't know, do you guys want me to throw that other video back on one more time, that time lapse from our Kilauea from this morning, if you want, during the break? That would be okay if you guys, some of you didn't see it, so I was thinking that might be appropriate to show, or let's see what it is doing right now. We can go over there, and who is Fluffy? Fluffy is Hermion's cat. Anyway, and that is what Kilauea is doing right now, but we did have a time-lapse video that I made from last night's material, and that is what we're going to put on for the break. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, we are still about 13 shy to get over that 100 mark. Please hit the like, and hopefully you are enjoying the show. And on that note, I'll put that time-lapse on, and I will be back after the time-lapse finishes. I'm going to take that break, need to rest my voice, and that is all good. He wanted in, so he screamed. All right, and that is a good Hermione. How old is Fluffy and what color? I'll show you after the break. I've got a picture of Fluffy, and then you can see if I can find that picture. I know I have it somewhere, but anyway, I'm gonna go take the break. I'll be back. that microphone is back on. I am digging in my history here, guys. I need to show you guys a link to a video that is very, very interesting. That our friend Anton, oh, what the heck is his last name here? I'm digging, just give me a minute, and thank you for the welcome backs from you guys. I do want to find this video because it will kind of throw a little loop into your conversation here. And I'm not trying to be a nasty guy, but it's something very cool to see. And I just found it. I'm going to give you the link to Anton Petrov's video. This is something, if you haven't watched this, I recommend you do. And it's a wow, super magnetic bubble surrounding the solar system, mapped for the first time. And we'll get that into the conversation here. You guys can bookmark this and have a look at it. And seriously, if you know, some of our magnetic changes that we find happening on the planet may be a result of this magnetic bubble that we are in, and it is something that has actually been mapped now. So that is the link, and you guys can definitely have a look at that afterwards, and it is worthy of having a look. And it really is one of those things. I just have a very hard time understanding the physics behind, you know, if we are orbiting the sun, and we are going in a certain direction, and that orbital direction, of course, is causing our core to spin. And you know, some of the stuff that was being said, that it could be slowing down or speeding up the rotation of the core. That is something that is possible, but I can't ever see it reversing, because our planet would basically fly apart. Okay, that is what would end up happening, and we would find ourselves gone. So consider that. Please do consider that. Standard physics, you know, physics as we know it, unless there's something that is new and revolutionary that is so beyond me. I have no idea. But again, I just can't see our core reversing. I can see the polarity reversing, magnetic polarity, because of the core flipping or rotating somewhat, but I can't see it going backwards. And anyway, saying back, I hear you, DrFox2000, and thank you for the welcome backs, you guys. Appreciate that. Anyway, let's take a look at our earthquakes. And I do now see where Piggy got her 3.8 from, and that is the first place we are going to go. And we'll take a look at the EMSC map first. And of course, there is the latest and greatest quake that Piggy had reported. She felt the swaying. It is a 3.8 at 2:04 UTC. Or just about 2:05, and that is what we've got there. Polarity has flipped, has happened many times. Yes, I do agree with that, full circle Florida, but I can't see it stopping and spinning back the opposite way. You know, when you have centrifugal forces continuing, it is one of those things. But anyway, that's the quake that Piggy felt. And I just figured I'd throw that up there for you guys, just so you can see. Anyway, let's take a look at the quakes around the world real quick. Zooming into Hawaii real fast, I did see this one here, not too far away from Maui. I thought that was kind of interesting too. That is a 2.5 from today at 13:12. 4.5 kilometers down. And if we zoom in a little bit, unfortunately, we only see one near Kilauea, 1.8 at 3:18 a.m., 4.5 kilometers down as well. But over here in the Pahala area, we are continuing to see all kinds of quakes. We do, it's what? It's a magnificent, yes. And Anton Petrov has a wonderful, truthful, scientific information there that is worthy of watching. If you guys haven't subscribed to that guy's channel, you should. Anyway, the seamount is out here, but we take a look at some of these. I'm just going to rattle through the sizes and times. I'm not going to worry about anything else. Depth is okay. Anyway, this one 1.8 from 2156 yesterday. Then we've got this one 2.2 1508 was the time today, and then we've got a 2.6 out there 10:46 a.m. and then we've got a 2.4. So a little bit more activity out here. This is of course Louis Seamound, and we are continuing to go inward here. 1.8 from yesterday, 2340, then 2.1 from yesterday, 2335, then this guy here, 1.7 today at, what is it, 10:36. Did I say this one is yes? Yeah, that is yesterday. And then, let's see, we got that guy. Next one, 2.0. 5:42 a.m. This one here 2.4 from 9:12 a.m. And then we'll zoom in just a little bit to get a little better idea. There is Pahala right there, the town of Pahala, but the entire area is called the Pahala area. We look at this one 1.8 from 11:46. Then we've got another 1.8 from yesterday 2048. 2.0 from 7 a.m. and that is about it for the Pahala area. We do see that one near Kilauea, but it was only a 1.8 from 3:18 a.m. and I'm not sure if that one shook something loose. That's 4.5 kilometers below sea level. That one gave our wonderful volcano a little bit more get up and go. But the interesting one out here, of course, is at a 2.5 from 1312, and that is that same time, same depth, 4.5 kilometers. And, oh, I was going to bring a Fluffy up. Fluffy, where are you? I can bring that Fluffy up right here. Let's get a Fluffy. I did locate the picture in my pictures, so... where is my Fluffy gone? Where could a Fluffy be? There is a Fluffy. And, I gotta rotate that slightly. Give me a second. And we want to rotate it that way. There is a Fluffy with fluffy whiskers. And a Fluffy is sleeping. Shh, be quiet. Fluffy is sleeping. That was from a few days ago. So thank you. Don't wake him. That is awesome looking. That is a Fluffy for those who need to know. And there you go. Wonderful looking kitty cat. And you guys are welcome. And thank you, Hermione, for sharing that photo. And yep, big whiskers on Fluffy, big white whiskers, pretty nice to see. Okay, we won't talk about him anymore, and we'll get that off the screen and remove that so I can continue on with my show here. And remove, boom, there we go. You're welcome, Jane. And anyway, let's zoom out a little bit. Taking a look around the planet, seeing what is shaking. We don't see too much in our North American continent. Relatively quiet in the South American continent as well. We did have a 4.2 here from 1534, 256.6 kilometers down. and it is a 4.2. And this one, 3.9 in Chile, for where it is Chile. 1535 was the time on that, 26.4 kilometers down. While we're down here, South Sandwich Islands, we had another one in our wonderful subduction zone, 5.1 in magnitude. Yesterday's at 2002 UTC. And zooming into our New Zealand area, we don't see too much new stuff there. This one was a few days old already, so we're not going to cover that again. This one, they consider that Fiji. It's more closer to Tonga, but we'll do that. 4.6, 3:37 a.m., 565.1 kilometers down. This one definitely Fiji area. 4.4, 15:21 was the time, 567 clicks down. This one more at the end of Vanuatu, and that is a Loyalty Island is what they're calling it, and that is a 4.9, and that is 1:09 a.m. or their time, or our time, or whoever's time. 10 kilometers down. There we go. And sliding over a little bit over Papua New Guinea, 4.6. And that is 7:57 a.m. and 199.3 kilometers down. First, we'll check what's going on in Indonesia before we get to the pile of red ones. And this one here, 4.5 from 1555, 81.6 clicks down. That is not very far away from Krakatau. There's there's Krakatau, and there's the earthquake. So that may have some relation to it. They would have felt it there. And let's go over to this stack of red ones and other stuff. These latest ones here, 5.8, and that is from 1913, 35 kilometers down for that one. The other one is 5.3 in the Maluka Sea, and that is 1930, 35 kilometers down. Then we've got a load of other ones here, 5.5 from 1117, 12 clicks down, and we've got this one, 4.6, and that is 8:38 a.m., and that's 49.8 clicks down. Then this one, 5.2 from 1810, 38 kilometers, 38.1 clicks down. Another one, 5.0, 10:06, 35.1 clicks down. This one, 4.5 from 7:09, 57.3 kilometers down. And this one, 4.7, and that's 7:01 a.m., 35 kilometers down. So that seems to be a really big hotspot. Oh, we got another one. Which one just popped in? One of these, a 5.8. No, hang on. Where's it? This guy. This guy, 4.6. So a busy area, and they're all about 35 kilometers down. Very interesting to see that. Sliding up a little bit, we do see southern islands of Japan, 4.2. And that was yesterday's from 2135, 28.3 kilometers down. Out here, right near the Marianas, and this is, I guess, I don't know, we'll call it whatever it is, Japan region, Volcano Island, Japan region. Yesterday's from 1959, 40.9 kilometers down. And sliding up, we don't see anything more, nothing up on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see this guy here in, what is it, Maipur, India. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. 6:42 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. And this was the other one I was talking about, Malta, 5.1, and that is 3:37 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy. So that, I think, because we've been seeing these here in Malta, quite a few little quakes. Well, not little, 5.1 isn't so little, but we've been seeing those near Malta, and wondering if that is what was keeping Etna going. But if we go look at the other map, and let's slide that over to Etna, we do see these ones over here. So this one is from yesterday, or today, sorry, at 12:30, and that is getting very close to a volcano. And this one here, 2.8 from 219 UTC, and that is 236 clicks down. This one was only 11 kilometers down. This may be closer to the magma chamber rattling things in Etna. This one here was 115 kilometers down yesterday's, so I don't think that one, that may have been responsible for shaking things up yesterday a little bit. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Hermione. And anyway, let's leave that be for our quakes today. And I don't see anything else. I wanted to just check here. We do see a 3.5 that happened yesterday morning. That wasn't on our charts, and that is off the coast of Iceland. And if we zoom in, that's actually on Iceland. How come it didn't show up? And where is... maybe we did look at it. I think they may have revised that for the other chart, because that one we did see. Okay, because our fragate fuel is just over here, and that's kind of interesting to see that. And zoom back out. I wanted to see if there was anything else up near Svalbard or anything up in that region. We don't see anything there. So let's leave our earthquakes be for there. Let's take a look real quick though in the Canary Islands and see what we've got. I'm going to refresh that really fast, and we'll see what we've got there, and then we'll take another break. We've got another one out here, 3.6, and that was a brand new time here at 107 UTC. 3.6 doesn't give us the depth there, and let's see, 3.6, 51 kilometers down, and that is pretty interesting. 1:07 a.m. their time. This other one here was also it was a 3.4 and 9 kilometers down, and that's in between Gran Canaria and Tenerife. So let's just see what's happening in La Palma though, real fast. We only had one new quake in La Palma, and that is just a little bit to the north of Cumbre Vieja, 1.3, and that is pretty cool. Billy Bob Joe, good night, take care, and Kevin Haynes also good night, take care. Anyway, that was a surface, or just about surface, 1 kilometer down. I wonder if there's something that might have collapsed. That's right near the tunnel, so hopefully nothing major happened there. We'll see what goes on in the future. Quick peek at the volcano map, and I don't think there's anything new on it. I did refresh it earlier, but I'm going to do it again, and let's see if there was anything new that popped up. I don't believe there was, and we'll get rid of the ads here, and just zoom in a little bit and take a look. So nothing new in Iceland, nothing new in the Azores. Michael Volcano still down there. The other area that you guys were wondering about, Pele, is still there, and Sofier is still also there. We don't see any other activity there right now. We do see 2 hours ago and 5 minutes we had a 4.0 in the Puerto Rico region. Puerto Rico is here, so that's not uncommon, but we'll leave that be. And looking at what we've got here, we got Villarica still down there, and of course these guys are pretty much all the same. Lascar, Sabancaya, and of course Sangay and Cotopaxi, Reventador, and we looked at the report from Reventador earlier. Cerro Negro, Percy, and of course Navedo del Ruz there. And still Fernandina all by itself. Well, it's not all by itself. It has friends out there, Wolf Volcano and stuff like that, but still showing as yellow. And nothing new in that region either, and it is a Pepsi time, and we need to take a break. And I don't see anything new in these ones either. They're all pretty much the same. So we'll leave this map be. We'll put you back over to Hawaii for right now, and keep watching the larger plume that is coming out of the wonderful Halemaumau crater, of course, the lava flow. And I'm glad you guys like that time-lapse video, because that does show you the flow levels, and it's quite awesome. Anyway, gonna throw the music on. I'm gonna take that break. We do have another bunny eating, and I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. For those people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. Thank you, and I'll be back. welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And yeah, it's a time to do our thing with the wonderful weather and the SO2 and the stuff like that. And the bunny that was eating is Limpy, and I'm glad that Limpy was able to sit there and enjoy a decent meal without being disturbed. And Limpy is done, and he's off and away now. He spent about 10 minutes there, so good. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Hermione and Sleeping Fluffy. And, of course, I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Sue, and, well, thanks, and I'm elated. Well, Kathy, I'm happy you're elated, and aloha. And that is wonderful to hear the proposals there. And JB, thank you for the welcome back as well. I appreciate that. Okay, let's pop over to our SO2 map, and we will see what windy.com is showing us today. Anyway, people had some interest there in Hawaii and wanted to see a little bit more of that plume coming out of Hawaii. So right now it's actually heading to the south. Yesterday it was kind of just sitting there, so a little bit better that it is going southward and blowing away from the islands rather than going north or northwest and getting into Maui and Oahu and those places. So pretty good to see, but we do still have about 3,500 tons, 3,500 tons per day being thrown out of Kilauea as far as a daily total. That really hasn't changed much as of late. So we will leave that as at least that's what they indicated. I don't know if there's any more new measurements as of yet. I didn't see anything in the updates. So anyway, looking at North America, not too bad. Looks like the Canadian North and British Columbia very clean. Some stuff in Alberta that drifted into Saskatchewan. Manitoba looks pretty good. Not bad there. Hope Lava, she loves volcanoes. I never knew that. I need to cook. Why? Anyway, lava. We like cooking with lava, right? And looking at most of the Ontario region down on the bottom end, we are seeing quite a bit of SO2. And that is a lot of people pollution in here in that whole region. So that is what we are kind of seeing going all the way up the St. Lawrence Seaway. But Sue's house over here in Nova Scotia is doing a lot better, so that's not so bad. We do see the plume that is coming from Popocatépetl and Mexico City together. It is heading all the way out into the Atlantic Ocean. Via the Gulf of Mexico, following portions of the Gulf Stream. So pretty cool. And let's see, we see a lot of this SO2 here that would be from Reventador, and still doing its thing, and that is interesting. And of course South America, the rest of it not bad. Chile still throwing a little bit into the Argentinian area, Buenos Aires, there of course human pollution, same thing with Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, heavy populations in those areas. Quick browse of what's happening in Antarctica. Of course, as I mentioned before, the snow melt, and the snow of course had captured a lot of that SO2 that was down there. Possibly some from the Hunga-Tunga Ha'apai eruption, and it is now that the snow is melting, of course that SO2 is being released once again, and that's what we're seeing down there. That's why all these little swirlies. So pretty cool. And well, I have lost there's New Zealand. I lost it. How could I lose New Zealand? It's such a big place. And we are seeing from a White Isle volcano still continuing. Tofua still doing its thing. Yasur is still working away. And of course, this is a combined effort from a couple of those volcanoes there. Gawa and what's the other one? Oh my God, I forgot the other one's name. But it's okay. It happened to me yesterday too. No, it's not Haya. It's Aoba. Thanks, Sue. Glad you have a better memory than me. And I don't know. Leo said he had to go to work. I've got a sneaky hunch he put on a barbecue. I'm kidding. I don't know what's going on there. And that is likely from the refineries. They're just blowing back a little bit. And of course, in here, that is that was a big claving of ice, this ice shelf last day or so. Big claving. Okay, so some more broke off. Yeah, it'll rebuild and give it another winter season. Of course, it is a summer down there. Anyway, we see what's coming off from the coking plants up north of Sydney, still doing their thing. Pretty much normal up here in Papua New Guinea. And very heavy right now here at Simaru. And of course, not so bad at Merapi, and not that bad over here at in Jakarta or at Krakatau either. But I'm assuming Krakatau is going to increase since we had those extra puffs coming out of there. And what is it? Currency and Marapi over here doing their thing. Ibu and Dakono, a little easier today than yesterday. And we are still seeing the 6,300 tons coming out daily out of Taal volcanoes. So that is pretty normal. This little plume from Mayon and Bulusan. Moving up, we see China still has quite a bit of that SO2, and a lot of that is coming across Japan. And of course, hard to tell, but Suwanoshi-jima is down here doing its thing, same as this area here from Sakura-jima. Sliding up to the Kamchatka Peninsula, actually not as bad today, so we'll leave it be. India looks pretty bad right now, and I think that's the circulation's just keeping it there. And we see South Africa still smelting gold down there, and DR Congo still doing its thing. Urta Ale would be sitting right in this spot, very little, not much off-gassing. And of course, these heavy spots are the oil refineries that we are seeing there, and that is what's happening in that area. I don't know why we've got so much here in Afghanistan. That is pretty bizarre. And getting back over to Mount Etna. I don't know if that's from Etna or if that might be from Stromboli, but that is a combined effort there for that SO2. It could even be from a volcano. And we can see that big circulation going this way, and then we've got a counter circulation going the opposite way here. Really, it kind of makes you wonder what's going on. Iceland looks pretty clean today, so not a big deal. And that is our SO2 for those who need to know. And let's get over to our weather map. Going to refresh that so I have a fresh outlook on the weather. And there we go. Looking at North America, we see Alaska has got some cold temps up there yet. A little bit more of that warm, still pushing into the Yukon and a portion of Northwest Territories, which is not so bad for them. And that is going up to the border here. Anyway, we do see Alberta and BC still fairly warm. Half of Saskatchewan is okay, and it looks like Manitoba is getting some frostbite up in the north again, and not that warm down in the south. And looking at northern Ontario, they do have some cold temps up there as well. Not so bad today there in Toronto area, 0 degrees. We're looking at a -1 down here in Detroit. I'm not sure what the lake effect moisture is right now. We'll have a look after. We do see Labrador still very cold. Northern tip of Quebec also freezing. And we've got here in New Brunswick, -10, -11 on the top end. Bottom end about a -2, -3. And cold weather, harbor, cold weather. And that is a 1 degree there, and a 2 or 1 there somewhere, depending on where you hold that little hamster. And 1 to 2 degrees there for that area. Coal Harbor probably being very close to that. We see the warm cut line here, and that should move over a little bit, and then they'd be a whole bunch warmer. They could grow palm trees again. The northern end of our Nova Scotia is actually getting very warm temperatures, anywhere from about 6 to 8 degrees. Portions of Newfoundland here as well, getting still a balmy 2 or 3, and a little cooler out here on the peninsulas, and that is just the way the circulation is happening right now. Looking at the other side of the continent, Portland coming in at 7 or 8 or thereabouts. San Jose made it to 11, and we've got about 12 degrees there in LA right now, and that's not so bad. Thank you for bringing Death Valley up, Sue. 10 degrees there in Mexicali, very cold, and we see about 14 in Death Valley. Las Vegas coming in at about 7 degrees. Phoenix not doing so good, only 6 degrees there, and Tucson a little bit colder at about 4 degrees Celsius. That cold crept back down again, and we see there we got a 1 in Albuquerque, and that is not very warm for them. Going down on the bottom end, and we only see about 19 degrees on the bottom end of Texas. San Antonio coming in at 12, Houston 10, Austin 10, and where's that other guy? Dallas, Texas is coming in at about 8. Not so good, and we see that cold returned to the other parts, not warming up as much. New Orleans only 7 today. Tallahassee 7 as well. Jacksonville a little bit warmer at 10. Down here in Miami, they're not that warm again, only at 22, and hopefully they'll warm up 9 or 10 there. And let's see, going up, we got Atlanta at 1, Charlotte, North Carolina 2 degrees. Grandma B's house is 3 degrees Celsius. Brr! And that is almost equivalent to what we've got. Actually, it's 0 here in Edmonton. And we see a 7 in Virginia Beach, going up to New York, 1 degree Celsius. Boston be a little colder, I think. 0 there in Boston. And let's take a look at Cancun, and not that warm, 24. Acapulco is better, and we got 27 there. Mexico City about, depending on where you point it, we'll call it 14. I see that cold crept back down the Baja again and into Mexico. That's not so good for them. Mazatlan, though, still coming in at about 21. That's not bad for this time of year, although it should be warmer, and we should be seeing warmer temperatures down there already. But give it another couple of weeks. It'll start to warm up as the Earth tilts a little bit more, and we will get more warmth. Anyway, looking at about 28, 29 in some of the parts of Colombia, and Venezuela as well. So pretty normal for those areas. And of course our rainforest holding its temperature anywhere from 25 down to about 21, 20 degrees roughly. Rio de Janeiro making it to, or still at 24. Sao Paulo about 20. Bolivia has got some hot spots at 26 or so. You got to remember it's nighttime now, or evening, and it's starting to cool off there, 26 or 27 in Paraguay. And looking at some of the hot places there in Argentina, we're seeing 32s as about the highest temperature. Let's see, Irish monk wanted to Paysandu will give that 24 degrees today, and a little cooler out in the coast with 14, 15, 16 degrees. Buenos Aires about 24 there, and sliding down a little bit more. We see some very warm temperatures down on the bottom end, but we see that cold starting to infiltrate back through the mountains and blow across the Argentinian areas. And we see, well, this low is probably responsible for that, bringing all that cold air from Antarctica up to the top. And let's go over here and take a look and see what we have in our wonderful New Zealand. They are actually not bad for right now, somewhere around 14, 15, 18, depending on where you are. Get up in the north a little bit more, 23 in some places. Christchurch 18 right now. That's not so bad according to this. And 3-minute warning, thank you. And we see 18 there, and that's not so bad. In Wellington, Taupo coming in probably about 19 or 20 degrees, and that's not that bad either. Auckland about 22 right now. That circulation, I don't know if it's doing good or bad. And Granzed probably about 22, 23, maybe even 24, depending on where you are. And let's take a quick look at what we've got in our wonderful Tasmania. There we go, 22 degrees, not bad in Hobart. And I got, I guess, 22, 23, 24. Beautiful day there. And Melbourne, like I said, you know, and that Leo said he had to go to work. I think he's having a barbecue. 25 degrees, and be good weather for the barbecue. And we see about 24 there in Adelaide, and we move up to Sydney about 25, 26. And our wonderful Oz is probably suntanning on the beach right now, and or on her balcony or something. 30 degrees Celsius there. And the interior, they are getting back up to those 40-degree temperatures, and 41 in some spots. Yeah, wow, that is hot. And of course it is a summertime there, so you got to remember that. 30 degrees in Perth. That is pretty normal. Hey, anyone want to guess what the temperature is in Fiji? Quick, somebody type in what the temperature is in Fiji. Just guess. That's all you need to do. It's I bet you it's 28 or 29 before I put the mouse on it. And look, 28, 29. And I didn't look earlier. I didn't cheat. It's just always that temperature. And normal in New Caledonia, and normal here in Vanuatu, and pretty normal in what we see in our wonderful Papua New Guinea and the eastern portions of Indonesia. And we see Java quite warm today as well, some 30-degree temps there, and looking not bad. We get up to the top end of Sumatra though. We are seeing a little bit colder up there at only 21. And let's see, Bangkok though coming in at what? I don't know. We'll see 27, 28, I bet, somewhere thereabouts. That would be pretty normal. Yep, Sharon Stewart, 28 and 29. It's a pretty normal attempt for those guys. And what happened to Sue? Oh, her power probably went out again. I might be able to beat her in the cold temps today. Her power's off. Oh, 30 degrees in Manila. And I miss you, Sue. Yeah, I hope her power comes back on just in time to whoop me. And pretty normal there in our Taiwan. We do see a lot of cold air blowing across the Sea of Japan and out the Yellow Sea under the East China Sea. And we see some very frigid temperatures down in the southern portions. I don't know how to spell Bangkok. Oh, that's okay. Here, just so you get the idea, I'll zoom in on it and you can look. Bangkok. Okay, Bangkok. Rapanu. Rapanu? Where's Rapanu? I have no idea where Rapanu is. But Bangkok is B-A-N, just like bang, and then K-O-K. And you'll be able to do that, Bob. There, weather Bangkok, and let's see what you can bring up. And thanks. Oh, there you go. 30 degrees it says. It's only 28 on the map here, but you know, that doesn't surprise me. It's right around that thing. And of course, somewhere in 48% relative humidity, they must be dry as a bone there. And that is what we got. Anyway, very cold here. And Rapanu, I don't know if where that is. We do see here, it's very cold. And Waiani, 7 degrees, and it's colder down in the south, -6. That cold is coming across. Those people in Seoul, Korea, -15, -16. AKA Easter Island. Oh, yeah. As soon as I seen the word Easter, it clicked, Jane. No worries. We're not going to worry about that. It's too small to worry about. And some in the Kamchatka Peninsula, very cold up there. And anyone want to guess what the temperature in Sri Lanka is today? Okay, I'll give you a hint. 24 or 25. Sri Lanka, 23, 24, and 25, and 26, depending on where you're pointing. And that is pretty awesome. And let's see, Delhi making it to 14 today, a little bit warmer for them. That is nice. And here's that crazy storm still sitting on top of poor Madagascar. Those guys are going to be doing their thing forever. I wonder when that's going to leave. That thing must not have any water left in it. It must just be twirling around there. Anyway, Cape Town about 17, 18 today, not bad for the southern portions of Africa. And looking at the heat, it's starting to push that cold back up a little bit. We'll see what happens. We've got about 13, 14 in Cairo today. That's warm compared to the 10 they had yesterday. Still very cold in Oman and Yemen and UAE. Well, at least they're not 12 or 13 anymore. They got 14 to about 17, 18 degrees, and that's a little bit better. And we see up to about 19 there right now in Saudi Arabia. Not bad. We see that chilly temperatures gotten back into the eastern side of Turkey, though, so they may see some more cold. and snow up in the mountains and stuff, and we see, wow, minus. They're really getting frosted out here in Algeria. -6. Oh, that's cold. The Mediterranean is turning into an Iceland. And let's see what we have there for Piggy's weather. And we can probably bring that up real fast. WAN, there we go. And we'll see what Piggy has. I'm saying 14. And she has not a bad day there. 12. Okay, that is... No, 13. Sorry. So that's not so bad for nighttime winter temperatures. And let's see what we have over at Randazzo. We'll see what the temperature is in there. It says a -2 on here. And we'll see what it says here. What is it? WRAZ. I think that's it. WRAZ. Yeah, I think that's right. That's what I put in there. I think. And there we go, -2. So we'll likely see a lot more snow on Mount Etna. And that is probably something that's going to happen overnight. Naples coming in a little bit warmer, 10 degrees right now. Rome should be, Rome is only 1 or 2. That's not so good. Milano is actually coming in warmer than Rome. That is interesting at 4 degrees Celsius. Wow. And looks like not bad. Well, very cold temperatures actually in Portugal. And Madrid 0, and Aurelio's home 1 degree. That's not so bad. And we're seeing the flow come in from the north, which normally they get that Gulf Stream pushing from the south upward. So pretty nasty there. And Natalis is 0. Paris coming in at 0. Let's take a look at Munich 0. Frankfurt is 0. Cologne is 1. I was going to say 0, but it's a 1. And 1 degree for Yvonne's house. And let's see, Amsterdam about 1 degree as well. Brussels coming in at 0. Luxembourg, I hope he's got a block heater in that UFO. UFO Lux, and it's going to need one. It's right around that 0 mark. Amsterdam 1 degree, yep. Berlin 0. Hamburg 0. And let's take a look. We got a 1 degree up in Copenhagen, and that is on the peninsula here pretty normal. 1 or -1 depending on where you are. Oslo a lot warmer, coming in at -1 or -2. Stockholm -1 or 2 as well. St. Petersburg made it to well a -4. Let's take a look at Moscow, -4 as well. And let's see what we've got. I bet you warmer temperatures there in Iceland because they had rain today. Well, they had a mix of rain and snow. Reykjavik showing here on the map as 4. But I think the temperature in Reykjavik is a little bit different. Alps are in a snow drought. Are they? I thought they got lots of snow from what they were saying. They had a big pile of snow recently. And it was bitterly cold there in the Alps. Don't forget, yeah, I need to do a break. I've got the temperatures done, so what we're going to do is look at the precipitation afterwards and that kind of thing. So I need to rest my voice for a few minutes, you guys. So for those who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, I see mine says 92 likes so far. If you haven't hit the like button, please do consider hitting it. Would be awesome. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, do consider subscribing. And let's see what we can come up with precipitation after the break. And let's see, is there snow in the Alps? Yeah, there's some snow in the Alps, up on the western or eastern side, but nothing over here in the western side of the Alps. Italian side's got a little bit, but we'll see. Anyway, we'll come back to that after the break. Don't go away, you guys. I'm going to rest my voice for a few minutes. I have a sip of Pepsi or two, and I will be back. I'm going to put you back on a nice warm place there in Kilauea. And love that blue color. That is awesome. And there we go. No. Yeah, I'll let that one play. All right. I'll be back. Don't go away. Hit that like button. Thanks. And there we go. I've got that microphone on, and it's the last round for our wonderful VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Duchess of Elements and JB. And I'm sure Sharon Stewart can hear me. And thanks Canis, Kananaskis Country, as well as Hermione and Sleeping Fluffy. And Sue, no, Sue isn't here. Sharon Stewart, I hear you, DrFox2000. Thank you. What? Time lag. Yeah. Just so you know, I do have it set on... what the heck is the setting? It's not instant. It's about 8 seconds of a lag between when you hear me and about 8 seconds to the time I see it in the chat, that kind of thing. So it is what it is. And yeah, I don't know. I take the place of Sue Hayes. Who's going to take the place? Sharon Stewart. Yeah, maybe. Time lag. I don't know. We'll just do it without her, and we will be okay. But let's just go over our precipitation first, and we'll see what we've got. So, looking at what we've got in our North American continent, west side from Vancouver Island all the way up through the Alaskan coastline. Rain, snow, rain, snow, rain, snow. Okay, that covers that. Up in the Yukon and portions of Alaska, a lot of snow. A little bit of snow here in the Northwest Territories as well. We are seeing some snow in the interior of British Columbia and in the mountains, and that is bleeding into Alberta, of course. And looks like some snow to the east of me here in Edmonton, and looks like that is in mostly in Saskatchewan as well. Not so much down in the south. Don't think you'll get too much there, Kananaskis Country. And sliding over a little bit more, looking at what we see in Ontario, a few spots here and there. Here's what I was wondering about in the Great Lakes, because I didn't see what was going on. Looks like we've got some ice rain happening in the Appalachians, getting ice rain all the way up into New York. And hopefully they won't be too bad off. But looks like up here in the Great Lakes region, through the northern side, Sudbury and those places, getting a bunch of snow. And here's why Sue's power went out. You take a look at that. She's sitting right underneath that massive storm. So getting snow and rain and wind and 4 and 5 centimeters of snow every 3 hours. So that's a couple of inches every 3 hours. That will sit there for a while. That is not so good. And hopefully she'll be okay. And then we see out here in Newfoundland as well, getting nailed. And that is pretty bad for them. And that is kind of all the way down to Boston and northern ends of New York. Not that much in New York, though. Western portions of the U.S. look pretty dry. Around Phoenix, we have some stuff to the northeast of Phoenix. That is not that much, but still there. And that includes some snow. A little bit here in Idaho. Montana's got some flurries there in a few spots as well. And of course down here in Mexico, snowing. Yeah, snow in Mexico, eh? Oh boy. New Mexico definitely got some. A few little spots over there in Texas, not so bad. In most of the southern states. And that includes going all the way up and the coast from pretty much New York on down to Florida. So that is all right for them. We do see a few showers here and there in Mexico, nothing too severe. Central America, yeah, well, they get some stuff there. And a rainforest wouldn't be a rainforest without rain, would it? And there we go. And that is Brazil and those countries all getting nailed. And looks like more precipitation for Chile, and some of that bleeding into Argentina as well. And down here in the southern ends or northern parts of Antarctica getting nailed. Snow going into that other region. And looking at New Zealand, South Island, not bad. North Island's got some clouds, and we've seen that. We know those are there. They're getting some rain. And from Auckland all the way down here, and probably a little bit in Taupur, there we go, Taupur. A little bit on the bottom end of Tasmania. Maybe Leo isn't having a barbecue after all. They are getting some rain in there, and that is probably well deserved and muchly needed for those guys. That is part of that breadbasket here, and that is where most of their farming takes place, and that is kind of good that they're getting rain. We see Sydney, not bad, nothing there in Brisbane, and we see Perth is fairly dry over there. A little bit more rain up in that area. Up in the north here though, jungle stuff. And looking at what we see, let's see, looks like the little bit of rain over there in Fiji. Looks like Vanuatu's getting a bit. New Caledonia's got some rain. Papua New Guinea got rain. And we take a look at most of this area. Lots of precipitation in the Malaysian, Indonesian, and Philippine areas. It's the rainy season, and that's the way it works. And of course, winter time in wow, we're gonna have a snow on Suwanosejima. Sakurajima is gonna end up with snow. We'll see what happens. That is coming across the Sea of Japan over there. And we see this area up here in the Kamchatka getting some stuff as well. And down southern end of India, Sri Lanka area, a little bit of a storm there. We do see some lows out in the Indian Ocean. And of course, that storm, this Shiniso, whatever they call it, but it's there, and it looks like it's just going to sit there. And that other low is bringing more stuff, like they need more rain. And we see southern portions of Africa and the rainforest areas. They are getting their moisture. It looks like the desert is dry. And we do see some more rain happening here in our wonderful Saudi Arabia as well. And looking at Piggy's house, no rain for Piggy, but the rest of Greece is definitely getting it, and moving on up in some of these other countries. They are definitely Albania and Romania, and those they're getting nailed again. It looks like not so much rain there in Sicily, but Sardinia definitely getting some, and the coastlines, of course, along Italy getting nailed. So that's what they've got. Not too bad for Spain moisture-wise. Some snow up in the north here, really odd, with the cold blowing down from the north. Normally, like I said, that flow is the opposite direction. And looks like most of Germany is okay, and Holland is okay, Brussels, Belgium, and the spaceship there in Luxembourg is got to be plugged in. Let's keep that block heater going. And no rain in England. They've got heavy fog though. Wales and Scotland and Ireland all don't have any rain. That is good. And when we get up here in Sweden, we see some ice rain in the central portion here. And then, of course, the Norwegian coast. Wow, they get nailed all the time. And Finland, if you like snow, go to Finland. And look at this. And this is where it's just basically splitting this system when it comes up and hits Iceland. That is pretty wild. And a little bit of snow there in Greenland, which makes it white land. And I bet you they're getting a pile of snow up here in Svalbard and those areas as well. So we'll leave that be. Let's take a look at our coldest temperatures. And I know Sue isn't here, so we're just going to wing it today and just give you the lowdown of what I can find real quick. And we see a minus 42 in south or in the Antarctic region. I don't think there's anything colder than minus 42. And going for the cold, yep, you bet. And let's take a look in minus 42 down south. And we will see what we have in Greenland, which is more white. Minus 45 already there. Minus 45. Let's see. Do we see? Oh, I seen a minus 46 in here. But I'm gonna say the cold is minus 46 was the coldest I seen. Somewhere in here where it was that. There it is. Minus 46. And I don't think there's anything colder, so that is pretty bad there. And let's take a look and see what the Great White North is giving us for Canada. And we know where to look. Minus 47 so far there, and that is pretty chilly. Minus 48. Minus 50, and we have seen that minus 50. Do we have a minus 51? No, so far minus 50. And do we have anything colder over here? Minus 45. No, I don't see it. This is warmer. And sometimes these inlets get very, very cold. Minus 45. We had a minus 50 over on the other side here, so we'll see. And I think we're good for right now. Yeah, minus 49 there. Oh, minus 51. And that is pretty cold. Minus 52 we see. Whoop, right there. Minus 52. So that is enough to give you a frostbite. So a minus 52 there in our Canadian north. Minus 52. The rest doesn't look too bad. Let's see if we see anything up here. No, they got purple colors. They're good. They're warmer. So minus 52 for the Canadian north. And we will see what we've got in Siberia. Minus 51 already. And let's see if we can find something colder than a minus 51. And minus, let's see, minus 40, 47. Nope, nope, nope. And what about on this one here? Minus 48. And we have seen minus 51 already, so that'll be okay. And let's go over here. A minus 49. Minus 50. And we're not seeing a minus 51 right there. Pretty chilly there. Minus 50. So I'm not seeing anything too cold. Minus 50 there. We've seen minus 51 as our coldest temp there, so that is not too bad. Minus 49, 50, minus 51. Do we see a minus 52? Let's zoom in here a little bit and see. Minus 51 along that river. Minus 51. Nope, not seeing anything colder there. Minus 50, 51. Oh, minus 52 right there so far. That is a pretty cold. Minus 52. And let's see. Do we have anything colder than a minus 52? Minus 49 there. Nope, that is a warmer. Minus 49. Minus 52 seems to be the coldest so far right now. Let me just zoom out here for a second. I want to go check over here. This was a little colder over here. Minus 46, 48. Minus 51. And do we have a 52 in this region? No, I think a minus 52 I think is all we can muster today. Unless there's something colder up here. Nope. Minus 47, 48, 50, 49, 50, 51. Yeah, I'm going to stick with it, minus 52. So that is the temps for today, and things will start to warm up in Siberia soon. A few more weeks and we'll see the shift again. And that is it for our weather today, you guys. That is all darn cold. So we had some very, very cold stuff. Yeah, C&D boy, I'm sorry I blew you out of the water as far as those temperatures are concerned. I froze you. But you know what you get to do is you get to go feed the animals. You can go do the aircraft run. So get your airplane out there and get it ready for takeoff. And you need to go to Siberia, feed the mammoths, and then you need to also head over and get the penguins and the seals and the caribou, of course. So get your aircraft and get all those on board and get the food and head on out. And no, did he find a minus 52? I found minus 52. He said a minus 51 in Siberia. He said a minus 51. So I win. No, it's not a tie. Oh nah, Doc pulled ahead at the last minute. Yep, I got the minus 52. Yeah, it's all good. It's all fun, you guys, and that is it. So let's leave it at that. And rolling on the floor. Let's just always, yeah. You know, that's the whole thing. Is what we do here is to be educational and have fun at the same time. And I find that, you know, learning some of these things are just absolutely wonderful. Joseph Fields, Texas is in, and he's bringing up the coldest temperature in Texas, 9 degrees Celsius, 49 Fahrenheit. That's not quite the coldest, Joseph, but that'll be okay. I'll accept that for now, and we'll leave that. be. Anyway, you guys, all good, and thank you all for being here tonight. I want to give a big thank you to Irish Monk for gifting the 5 membership pack, and Grandma B for gifting the 1 membership, and then Irish Monk for his tremendous. He had thrown 2 wonderful super chats in, and then Piggy had thrown 2 wonderful super chats in. Leo Carlson also threw in a super chat. Thank you. And a Full Circle Florida also threw in a super chat. Thank you guys. I do appreciate those wonderful super chats and the gifting. That all helps out and supports the channel. And it is wonderful to have you all on board doing that. And we really do appreciate every last bit of it. And I want to say thank you very kindly to all of you. And on those friendly notes, today is Monday. Of course, tomorrow is Tuesday. I'm going to be going for that interview, and we'll see what we can do. Hopefully, I'll get myself a new job, and that'll be really awesome. But anyway, let's wrap it up. Thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, and 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow. Thank you guys for being around and helping out with the wonderful stream. And yep, keep a positive mind for tomorrow. Absolutely Kananaskis country. I am doing exactly that. I'm stoked. And we want to make sure that I go in with a smile and leave with a smile and a job. And that'll be awesome. Okay, so thanks, moderators. Thank you, members, all of you. And really, I do appreciate each and every one. Also, you know, even if you're not a member, you're still a part of the wonderful Lava family. And we really, really do appreciate it. So be kind and take care of yourselves, and make sure that you keep a smile on your face. And on those friendly notes, it's time for me to wrap it up. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Let's see how many we are at. 98 likes according to my screen. Anyone who hasn't hit that like button yet, and now's your opportunity to help us out and push it over that 100 mark. Please do that if you can, if you haven't. And it says 99 there for you. Yeah, it says 98 for me, so please give it a bop if you haven't done so already. And it is a time for me to wrap things up. It's a longer stream today, so we need to wrap it up, and I need to get some dinner. So I have a full belly and can rest properly for tonight. I see it's at 99 here on mine. That is awesome. And we'll see if we can get one more out of it. Anyway, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and we'll see everyone in tomorrow's stream. So on that friendly note, there's only one thing to add. Please, please make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Take care, everyone, and a good night. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Oink, oink.
Bye.